we're live. Welcome, folks. How are you doing tonight? How are you, Sora Stray? Liz, Bill. Hi, Siphon Mechtel. See you later. Yo, Pyro. Tartarus. Hello, y'all. Hey, Hammy. 9 stream streak? Hell yeah. Thank you for the follow to... Long name. Just call you Novio. Or Novio, if it's Spanish. Hi, Bean. I hear your scream. I don't know where you are. He's hiding somewhere. So, tonight we got Fractal series. It's been a minute since I last did stuff for the Fractal. It was for the well, technically not that long, considering how long it's been between like certain parts of the Fractal series. So yeah, technically not very long compared to other hiatuses. But yeah, it's been a minute since we did the last part of the Fractal series, which, if you remember, was body horror themed. This next part is gonna be the last part of the Fractal series, although there's an epilogue part. So it's gonna be like, you know, technically the second to last part. It's gonna be the end of the timeline in terms of humans. So yeah, we're doing the end of humanity in the Fractal timeline. Later on, we'll have an epilogue, which is like millions of years into the future. Way after humanity. Hello, Bean. Come over. Come over, chat wants to see you. Yes, they do. We were just waiting for you to activate. There he is. Say hi to Bean, everybody. How are you, dude? He was hiding in some corner of the room until I started speaking, and he knew that was his cue. I was like, oh, stream is starting. Let me go get some camera. Isn't that right, Bean? Yes, it is. That is Ghibli music, yes. Can you romance the fractals? I mean, the people affected by fractals are people. They're probably a little, slightly insane because of the fractal did to their brain, but you know, if you're willing to put up with that. Bean has no idea he's famous. I think he knows, deep in his heart. Don't you, Bean? Hold on. Where's the Bean cam? The other one. Bean cam! He's just sitting here. He's probably gonna jump on my shoulders. He loves scratching the mic. You recently watched the movie Arrival? Really good movie. Also, Bean cam is supposed to be down here. There we go. Must have moved it at some point. Hey, Foxy. You gotta watch Arrival. Really good movie. Highly recommend it. Probably my favorite alien-themed movie. But yeah, today's specific topic, we're gonna bring back the megastructure from a couple parts ago, and we're gonna have it destroyed or kind of sitting unfinished, decaying, as you know, as a symbol of humanity's decay. So let's start by just reviewing the Fractal series so far. How about that? That way everybody's on the same page and we don't have to explain anything. So, the Fractal series. We start their timeline in 2006 with a real event that also happened in our world.
Holy fucking shit, Bean.
Bean! An event that also happened in our world that's sort of where the timeline diverges with ours. Some ship capsizes. Something like fairly minor in the grand scheme of things, but the ship is carrying some kind of chemical, which starts leaking into the water. And first you start seeing local effects. The first thing you see is there's some strange fish in the area in the following months. You know, people aren't too worried for humanity, right? It's like, oh, it's an ecological disaster, but you know, it's not affecting us. Until a hurricane picks up the water in that area and all this fractalizing chemical thing, which keeps growing and growing. It's one of its features. It makes everything fractal, and you know, gives every like chemical around it the same features as itself. So it's picked up by this big old hurricane and put into the atmosphere, where it starts affecting animals, plants, the behaviors of animals too, which will be important soon. And eventually, humans. You know, at first, maybe it's like you get a weird infection as your bacteria that are growing in fractal patterns and thus becoming like sort of infectious, growing uncontrolled. But soon enough, humans being soon enough, our own bodies start getting fractalized. And it's small things at first, right? It's going to be your pupil, maybe like small teeth start growing, your fingernails, which are like fast growing areas of your body, will start showing the fractal symptoms first. And eventually your brain, just like those birds, people will start, instead of like forming a regular queue, which is what people are attempting to do here, they start forming up in fractal patterns. Or, you know, kids making the hopscotch, it'll just keep growing and growing the hopscotch forever. It's been a few years since the fractal first hit humanity. It is now 2009, and, you know, there's a big growing religion that's been forming around the fractal as a sort of miraculous substance. They call themselves a fractal communion. There they are, worshipping a giant statue of a fractal. And they start using what, you know, the series is called Hausdorff D2.5, which is the actual substance that ship spilled that started this whole thing. And, you know, we call it fractal juice for friends. So they start using the fractal juice, sort of like weird oily substance. And, you know, this person is blind. They pour it on their eye, boom, now they grew new eyes. A miracle happened, right? So there's a whole religion that forms around this. It doesn't take too long, only a couple years, until a group within this religion goes from, you know, people should voluntarily fractalize themselves, to no, we should fractalize everybody involuntarily. Like, we should just spread this around. So they take a bunch of the fractal juice, they vaporize it over the atmosphere and over major cities, which, you know, just fills everything with a fractal. And as it rains, you know, everyone gets covered in the fractal juice, and tens of millions of people across the world get fractalized. This is one of the people in this group celebrating, as, you know, it just rained. We start getting conflicts popping up in different parts of the world, as, you know, these big cities have just been majorly affected by the fractal, and a lot of what will happen is these cities will get quarantined. People will start fighting back, and you'll get clashes with like police, military, that sort of thing. And people who aren't armed, they'll start using the fractal as a weapon. So it's essentially like, you know, humanity like forcibly fractalizes each other through various means, to the point where, you know, pretty much everybody's fractalized, and this conflict dies down as people start getting together and single-mindedly building, you know, As we saw before, their minds have been fractalizing. And one of the effects, just like that spider we saw before, which built a fractal spider web, humans will start building and building and building in these patterns. And you know, they just like the spider will use its silk, humans will use engineering and our best materials to get together and build these senseless megastructures. They don't have any use. I mean, they don't have any use, but you know, we build them. Here are some people welding together different joints and stuff in this megastructure, and here are people lining up to bring materials. The latest part of the Fractal series that I published was this one. We're in 2016. It's been 10 years since the Fractal started. And, you know, these first people we've seen infected by the Fractal, you know, the person with the fractalized arms, they've just been progressing this whole time, right? The Fractal, it doesn't stop twisting you. It'll keep going and going and going. So, you know, Fractal arms being... Don't do anything crazy. I see you. The fractal arms will eventually become something like this. The fractal teeth that we saw before will eventually cover your whole mouth until you can't even eat. The fractal eye that we saw before from this blind person, this is the same person, gets bean. Keeps growing and growing until they, you know, it takes over their entire face. And yeah, that's what we've been seeing. We've been seeing the fractal, you know, go to its limits until people can't survive with it, right? It's pushing, it'll push your body to the brink until, you know, eventually it'll give out and die. Because the fractal, it just keeps growing. So eventually your body won't be able to, I don't know, if you got, imagine you got these fractal arms, eventually your circulation can't handle, like your body, your heart can't handle bringing blood to all these parts. What is Bean doing? I hear you doing something, Bean. Are you biting my computer's cables? Get out of it. No, not biting computer cables. He was trying to bite the cables behind my computer. I don't know which one. But that's dangerous. There's one that would be very dangerous for him, and a few that would be very bad for this stream.
The ultimate cat move, chewing on the forbidden thing.
He loves the forbidden thing. Got you. We got trouble with chat. I've been yapping. There you go, you can play with your toys. That's better. Imagine getting fractal cancer. You don't need to. The fractal already does what cancer does, in a way. It really takes a while to find your signature in a few images. I make it hard sometimes. You want to know? It's here. It's here. It's here. It's here in the beam. Hey, Welsh. It's here. It's here. Right here. Right here. This one's small. This one's up here. Right there. I'll stop for now, but you get... Beautiful movie. Made an art project with one of the main references being fractal buildings due to their uncanniness and brutalism. The teacher suspended it. Oh, you like failed you? Oh no. It wasn't the shape she asked it should be. God damn it. Your parents had to wrap wires in the house with electrical tape to keep one of the cats from zapping himself. Yeah, Bean is just being activated. He's usually activated when I start speaking. Like, you know, the sound will make him wake up and start wanting to play games. He knows that when I'm streaming, like I'll have to, if he does something silly, I'll have to stop it to pay attention to him. So he's quickly trained me. Do you have Fractal Dr. Pepper? I don't know.
Father, I crave the spicy energy.
But yeah, today we are doing essentially a sequel to this, but ruined. It doesn't have to be this specific fractal, it can be a different one. It just has to be clear that it's like one of these megastructures. You know, this one might be good too, but I really like there's this Sierpinski triangle, or I guess it's like Sierpinski pyramid in this case. But I don't know, we could try a few different ones, see if we find something that's good for a megastructure.
Science time, menor que.
Menor que. Less than. So, how about we pull up a program to create fractals? This is the one I used for the megastructure. And if I gotta try to remember how this program works. Well, it's called Fragmentarium, and it's an open source program that just has a bunch of 3D fractals you can do. If I recall correctly, okay, you can zoom in, scroll past. Yeah, this is the one I used. And if I recall correctly, when we render this, it'll actually look, you know, a bit more detailed. This is just like the live version that looks a little bit thicker. Because this is definitely, it is exactly the one I used for the megastructure. So we can repeat this one and just have it like broken down in a different way. Or let's see. There are a bunch, if we go through the examples here, there are a bunch of 3D fractals we can try out. Mostly just clicking through things and checking them out, because I don't know much. I don't know that much about like generating my own fractals. God. Mandelbox? What is Mandelbox? I guess it's just like some kind of rendering of the Mandelbrot sets in as a box. Could make for some sort of megastructure. Okay, and trying to remember all the ray tracer, lights, Mandelbox. So if we change the iterations here, it's basically like you know, adding detail. Whoa, this one gets very trippy once you get close. See, that's what's fun about 3D fractals. It's like exploring this weird reality. And that's just a little corner of it. It's just strange. But yeah, if we change the iterations, we essentially like change the detail inside here, I think. So we can zoom in even closer. So yeah, we're seeing basically like a simplified version of it when we're moving through like it's a video game. Okay. we should let text-to-speech lady rest. I think we tortured her enough the other day. Put us in the black hole now. Whoops. Let's try this Julia one. Whoa. Okay, I think that's the one I used for, or some version of this one is the one I used for the fractal statue that pops up in the fractal religion part. Let's see. How close can we get if we add some iterations? I guess this one's like fairly simple at the edges. It just looks very cool. Very swirly one. Okay. But not very mega structure. Mandelbulb, I think I know this one. It's one of the classics, yeah. Looks like a little weird broccoli thing. Yeah, this one's too organic to use for something like architectural. Let's see. Oh, the box ones are usually pretty good. There's another one of the ones in the examples. Very foggy. I kind of dig that. That could be a good idea. Just having this like ruined fractal megastructure in the fog might be really cool. Yeah, this one's nice, but like at this scale, it doesn't really feel like, it feels like a building, but a regular building, not something like especially fractal. Which is, I dig these really complex fractals, but it's hard to get close to this one without overshooting it. Yeah, I dig these complex ones, but it is a lot harder to like see them as fractals. Because I feel like intuitively you need to see the repetition in the structure, which is why Sierpinski Pyramid is so good, because it's just so intuitive to me. It's called Fragmentarium. Right up here. You can download this. It's open source, I believe. It's just on GitHub. I don't recall exactly if it was like where I got it. It's probably from GitHub, but yeah, it's open source. You can download it for free. Okay, let's see what else we can get. Something box. I'm trying to open the ones that have things like box. Oh, that seems like the same one. Just with color. Hello, Bean. Yeah. And we can do things on the fractal here to get like different shapes. For example, changing the scale will give you different effects. Changing the angle. Whoa. Oh, this is cool. You can see it form and then he comes back from the others on a different side. This is very fun. Okay. I guess we need to put this 0, right? Yes. What about this? Nothing? I guess no. Angle 2 does a similar thing. Well, iterations is the same, just to get more complexity. Color iterations, I don't know what that does. Okay, this one isn't, like, we don't have that much leeway, I guess. Although we could change the angle in a way that, you know, makes it feel more destroyed. Like this to make it feel crumbling, but you know, we would need... First of all, I need to rotate. The camera, not this. Camera. Whoa. See, this is slightly wonky to control. It's a lot of things. It's one of those programs, I bet, that once you know how it works, you can do a lot of cool and fancy things with it. What if I reset? No, reset group. Oh, that's the default view of this? Okay, sure. You scroll through to discover lost Val media. Love that. Escape Mexican alien. Yeah, not everything makes it to my website. Some things I do are just for meme value. Just because I'm bored. I think the idea would be to sort of navigate to an angle that we can use for the megastructure, which has to be like fairly far away and looking up at it, because you know it's meant to feel big. So like this sort of angle. Or we're seeing like the underside. That's more or less what we want to aim for. A trilobite one? I don't know. It's on my website, I bet. Would be weird if it wasn't. What was the cube fractal called? Which one? This one? This one's Mandelbox. It's one of the more classic 3D fractals. We're talking about lost file media that I don't post to my website, my drawings. I think I've posted one drawing to my website. I did a silly one today. I saw someone post this little challenge on Blue Sky. Someone posted that to the Discord, which was close your eyes, draw 2 circles, and then draw the rest of the fucking owl. Like use those 2 circles to draw an owl. and I did this, I had, I can't, the two circles were what is now the face, so I didn't close the circle quite right. So it gave me this sort of apple shape. So I made it a barn owl. And a big one for the body. So I made this sopping wet barn owl. Okay, so an angle, something like this could work. If we go to the lights, here's a fog slider. See, I remembered that. Fog slider will definitely work to, you know, have it like disappear into the fog, which would be nice. If we go to coloring, we can change the background color. That makes it a bit easier. The menacing tetrahedron. And now if you change this angle, can make it wonky. I don't know if that's what we need to make it feel like it's crumbling, but like maybe the slightest differences in angle could really help to make it feel like it's a little bit falling apart, crumbling. Let's see, is that doing anything? I guess this is a very slow scroll. And now it looks slightly wonky. Or around 2. I think a lot more than that. 5, you already start getting like disconnected pieces. I don't think we want that. So this is like yellow angle, which is weird, but definitely fixable in Photoshop. You know, I don't know how to control this program that well, so we essentially just want something that'll work in Photoshop once we put it there, and little errors like that, weird yellow edge, we can fix that easily. What if you get more iterations? Why does it disappear? Okay. Can you do anything over 50? No. Okay, so anything over 64 iterations just disappears. It might be because we're too far from it. Oh, yeah, it is. It'll probably show up in the render, but... yeah, the rotation breaks a few things. It might be annoying when it renders. I'm not sure, though. Neighbors doing fireworks again? Must be hell. Okay. This is a coloring section, which I assume is where this yellow is coming from. But we can do some funny things with this. Oh, there's that yellow. There we go, fixed. And we got this red, but I kind of like it. It feels like rusty a little bit. We can make it a slightly more orange, maybe, just for that rust effect. So yeah, this would be a good option for our crumbling megastructure. Just looking at them. Oh, what is it being? Looking at this one, we got something similar. I technically cheated it. It's the same render, or I guess two different renders of the same pyramid. One of them is all of this, and this one in the center is like a chunk of the same pyramid again, because it felt like, you know, there was not enough support for the top part of the pyramid, so it made sense to like put another chunk of fractal in there, even though it's not, you know, technically it would be empty, completely empty inside. For like a physical real structure, this made more sense, right? Because otherwise it would only be supported by these two tiny little corners. And even though I added a bit to each corner, it would technically only be supported by this, which, you know, structurally isn't very sound. So yeah, I guess this fractal is like slightly broken because we changed the angle. But I want to see, how did I take a picture? I think build. Build? I guess no. How did I take a picture of this? Render. Animation render? No. A lot of these are for video renders. Maybe just high resolution render? Oh yeah, PNG. Okay, let's try. Call this ruined.png. In directory. Sure. File is too large. Oh lord, it wanted to be 350 and 45,000 pixels. No, no, no. Please don't. That would break my computer, I think. Why does it want to do that? Oh, it's this. Whoops. Yeah, no, 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 please. 3,000 pixels. 6,000 by 2,000. Or by 3,000 seems about right. Let's go little bit over that. 10,000? No, 6,000 should be good. Otherwise, it'll take a lot to do. That was on me for not checking the settings. That is our PNG. Oh, okay. No, we need to. I thought it would render like the other one. There's definitely some level of detail that we need to add because it's rendered as a blobby thing, like the preview. Do I need to add more iterations, maybe? Let's see. Right now it's sort of invisible, so let's check. Let's check now. My camera goes a little wonky because it just breaks for a second. Hopefully it doesn't affect the stream too much. Where's my image? Nowhere. Okay. We broke something. Maybe reset some things. Nothing there. Less iterations? Yeah, it disappeared. Where's my fractal? You showed your partner the homunculus, he was sad at the situations. We gotta put him in situations. This is how it is. Okay, what is up with this preview? Why did it disappear? Help! Help! Do I need to reload it? Okay, let me retry that. Or do we have recents here? Now let's open it. It's from scratch. Pyramid. Ha! There it is. Okay, we lost some settings. But at least we got our pyramid back. Oh. I changed something and then it disappeared again. Okay, it might just be broken. Hold on. Hold on, chat. We're closing it and opening it. We'll figure this out. Fractal has breached containment. Okay. Let's see. Will it disappear if I change something? Let's do the background color thing again. Okay. Okay. It survived. That is good. Looking at this rusty color, and right now, you know, more than the angle and stuff, I want to figure out why it doesn't render at the correct size. Hi, Bean. Is it the scale? What about, whoa, scale 1 is just a circle. This one's cool too. It's just little circles. Okay, the circles is because didn't add enough iterations, I guess. Whoa. Whoa, that is cool looking. We're finding out new things. Hey Maxwell, welcome back. It's called Fragmentarium. It's a fractal program. We're trying to create our base megastructure to then ruin it. So the tetrahedron is base 2, or scale 2 here in on this slider. But if we get like any intermediate scale, let's say 1.5, let's see what that gives us. Very strange thing, full of little triangles, but still solid. Solid tetrahedron. And if we go anywhere above 2, they just disconnect and slowly drift off. So yeah, I think it has to be 2 to get like a solid structure. Technically, maybe we can go like 1.9 or something, so they connect a little more and it doesn't feel like they're hanging on by a thread. But the most important thing is we need to get those iterations up, I think. And it might just not show up here, but I want to see if it renders at its 78 iterations. Okay, let's try. Let's try another render. It's gonna make my camera go weird. Maybe the stream will go weird for a few seconds or something. Then go into the files. No, it's a black screen. Okay. So there's definitely like a maximum number of iterations you can do. And it seems to be 64 exactly. That said, this doesn't give us enough detail. How the hell did I do it last time? Let's try another render with this one instead. Yeah, it just gives us the blobby render. And, you know, last time I got things like this. Hello, Bean. Okay, what if I try opening up a save? And don't ask me why my folders have been doing this. I updated something in my folder directory, and suddenly a bunch of folders just have the same preview, and it's this one. I don't know why. I still haven't managed to figure it out. But it looks like this. Okay, it should be one of these. That has the... Wait, right here. It's out to. If I open this... Here it is. Why does this one work? Interesting. I mean, I could just reuse that, so it's not a huge deal. But I want to know how. Oh, it might just be the detail. It was that. Okay, we found the slider, folks. It was a ray tracer settings for some reason. But we did find the slider. The Earth in the middle of the triangle structure? No, we're not going that conceptual. No, we're doing the fall of humanity, and to represent that, we'll have the megastructures they built crumble. Hi, Bean. You want to go out? Is that what you're screaming? Were you screaming at me? I think so. Hold on. Let me open the door for the Bean. Let's see. Nice. He goes. We'll open the door for him in a minute. Okay. So we got the slider where we wanted. Now we can render the megastructure like we intended to. Thing is, well, first of all, let me try that angle thing again. So I go here to the tetrahedron And first of all, yeah, we can change the scale slightly so that, you know, the points of contact are a little bigger. It just makes it feel a little more solid. And if it lets me... Why is it... This program is slightly wonky to control. Is it either that or I'm not very used to it? It's also just hard to see where you are sometimes. Okay. I'm seeing like a little corner here. It only seems to show up at certain angles. No, it's right here, right here. Okay, if we change the scale, maybe 1.90. No, that's too much. This seems to be a bit better. It's a small detail, but it just had a little corner that bothered me. In any case, that's a good first step for a structure. If I slightly change these angles, I can just make it wonky, but you know, obviously that is too much. So maybe just like the slightest tug somewhere. I don't know. Let me go to 0. This is very funny though. We go to 0. Because we want to make this crumble, so... Maybe just like the slightest. I'm just like scrolling up with my mouse, which is just like changing it ever so slowly. And it's sort of breaking off this side of the structure. Like this side is disconnected now. Also this side, I guess. But at this small scale, it's not doing anything like super major. Let's change this to, I don't know, 2. That like sort of breaks it, but it also makes it like less, makes it have like less structural sense. Maybe we need to go into the negatives, like -2. Okay. This one keeps it in one piece, but makes it just like sort of wobbly. It also kind of gives it this like double edge inside, which is not too bad. It's kind of like splitting it. But I don't know if it might just be better to edit this in Photoshop so we don't actually like break the structure. Might be best. Constellations start forming fractals. No, it's not. It's not leaving into space. It would have no way of doing that. Unless like humans took it to space, but you know, we'd still need to get to like another star. It's a physical matter, right? So realistically, it would stay on Earth. Okay. Oh, there's a rotate button. See, I was trying to find that. Perfect. So what we need is, whoa, this is so wonky to control. What we need is an interesting looking angle for this. And we already have like the sort of front facing angle. So I think it would be interesting to do something like this and have it be like toppled at some point. So if I go to the camera, it should be somewhere here. Camera. Change. Oh, we can change the field of view. Whoa. Okay, interesting. You can do, oh, that's fun. You can actually do selective blurring. If we had made really small fractals, this would look very cool. So this program has a lot of customizability that I just don't know about because, you know, I'm not so well acquainted with it. Oh, this is a pretty good angle where you're seeing like all the little triangles there. But we don't want to have it like be perfect. So maybe like just slightly off from that angle. Being on the ISS while this goes down. Probably last people on Earth. Although, you know, it takes 10 years. Nobody's in the ISS for 10 years. So the ISS people are already fractalized probably. Or, you know, the space program probably stopped a while ago in this world. Because they need those people downstairs building fractals. Not doing any of that hoity-toity space stuff. Who cares about that? Let's try this at 2, just to check. Okay. It disappears. Alright. I got it back. No worries. No worries, folks. Strange. But yeah, slightly changing the scale. It does give us a little bit more like space between the fractals, which might be good. Even though we will have to like reinforce these bits. Probably good overall. What I don't know is exactly like how I'll break this. I'm not quite sure. We'll figure something out. Okay, let's try rendering this. So we're doing high resolution render, 6,000 pixels. And that should be this render with, you know, a lot of blank space around it. It is slightly like wobbly though. Maybe I need to get the render like a little bit more detail. The ray tracing thing. Let me try with that. Ray tracer. Make it so it's like nearly grainy. And let's try another render. Okay. Let's try now. I also made it slightly bigger, so maybe we can zoom in better. Okay, how's that detail compared to the last one? It's before. That's after. It's a little bit of a difference. You can see these lines here get smaller. At the distance, you know, this is gonna be really far away, so at that distance, I think it's probably gonna be good. It would be nice if it let me render this without a background. Don't know if that's a possibility. Because it says background color here. Oh, I want to do the fog too. Yeah, that is nice. Yeah, I don't know if I can do... I don't know if I can do the background color thing, which is a bit annoying. But if I put this in screen mode or something over a sky, it should probably do what we want it to. Let's try. We'll get a new render for this. Stop doing incredible and really important research of our own planet and help us build triangles. Exactly. Hey, Mitchie. And hey, Bobert. A cat with a liquefy tool, looking like a serpent and a goat. We should definitely liquefy Bean at some point. It sounded horrible. Talking about Bean, let me get him. Get the Bean. We got the Bean. I have to call him in. Oh, the Bean is here. Yes. The one and only. Nobody does it like him. Isn't that right, Bean? Tell chats. Yeah, tell chat. Did you have a good meal? Yes, you were eating. I can smell it on you. You smell like cat food a little bit. Liquefy bean coffee? No, that would be percolate bean. We're gonna percolate you, Bean. Liquefy bean is mole in Mexican cuisine. Oh, he's purring so hard. Wait, you guys gotta hear this. Hold on. Bean, purr for them. Yes. Can you guys hear that? Good purr. Don't JPEG him. You hear, good. No, look at what you're doing to him. He's still purring though. Let's get it. Let's get a zoom. Let's get a zoom on the bean. There you go. Do you got any more good purrs for the chat, Bean? Hold on. Let me make some space. Oh, we can get the mic real close to the kitty. Oh no, full JPEG Bean. Why would you do that to him? You can't even see his eyes. He's still purring though. He's giving it his best. Giving it all. For you guys. Even though you turn him into a bunch of pixels. I love how he just sort of becomes a dark blob when he's on JPEG mode, but sometimes you can see his eyes just pop through. Whenever the JPEG filter decides, let's show his eyes. Isn't that right? Here, look at the camera. Yeah. Isn't he beautiful and perfect? All 3 pixels of him giving his best. Oh, little Bean. He enjoys the attention too much. Yeah. You have some more ASMR? Yeah. Oh, he's scratching the mic. If you hear that. He loves the Bean ASMR. Are you happy now? You entertained, chat? Oh, yes. Poor thing, you can barely see him. Oh, too much. Wait, let's get max zoom. Maybe you can see the Bean that way. Oh, he wants to jump off. Hold on. It's hard to get him into frame. He's so large. He's so large. Okay, he wants to go. Okay. There we are. And my full 3 pixels. Okay, you got a lot of Bean sounds. Better be happy about that. Oh, careful there, Bean. Let's get, hold on, Bean cam? Oh. Do you want to do art, Bean? Is that it? I will let you do art, Bean, whenever you want. You just let me know, okay? Oh, he wants to do art. Hold on. You're being too fast. Okay, all yours. Oh, he drew something very scratchy today. I guess he didn't press much on here, or maybe the... Wait. Oh, I'm on Mixer Brush. Oh, Bean decided he wanted to draw on Mixer Brush instead of a normal brush, but he did draw something for us. Bean's signature. Perhaps. He just like drew this, did not elaborate and leave. But it's funny that he chose his own tool. It was like, no, we're doing Mixer Brush today. What do you guys think he meant by using this scratch here texture? Hey, Bean. No cable biting. Gonna have to remove that cable. Oh, wrong cable. I turned off my own lights. No worries. I was gonna pull out like the phone charger, which was the one Bean was chasing. And right next to it is the cable for the lights, for the LED. So I just turned that off. Okay, and it's on the Discord if you want to offer your interpretations on there. Hey, Bean, where did you get that? No, that's not a toy. You got toys. Hold on. You got toys right here. There you go. You gotta keep him distracted, because he's going a little bit wild right now. Trying to attack cables. Okay, so here we have our first megastructure that we did some time ago. And somehow it's not letting me change the size. Thank you, Photoshop, for being cool and normal and stable. And here is where we can drop the renders we did. Got a couple different ones. But this is the one with the fog, which I think is a bit more mysterious and interesting. And yeah, I think we want to put it like over a foggy cityscape or something. And then just make it ruined. Which I think we'll just start breaking off like different parts of the, or different triangles, till we get a much more ruined version of this. And we might even break off the entire tip, so we don't even need to, like, we can even get closer, because
To get a drink and Val doesn't even have a face anymore. I'm so proud of you all.
I look beautiful, don't I? Yeah, I'll probably even remove this top bit entirely, so we can zoom in further. Okay, what if I search for city and fog?
Pop 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 pop.
Beautiful. Oh, this is the vibe. I like that. Mysterious statue, we can't even see most of it. It is in Ukraine, that much I can tell.
I'm loving how the triangle is turning out. It's like Silent Hill Junjiito for mass majors.
Oh, this one's very cool. It's already like a little bit derelict looking. We want a city that feels empty, that's been abandoned for years. So we're talking post-humanity here. Poor text-to-speech. You're torturing her. She needs some rest. Hi, Bean. That was a good scream. Wherever you are. You wanna play? He's asking me to play with him. You always do this when I'm streaming, don't you? You love it. He loves the attention. My screen is off. Okay. I thought he probably touched the cable for my screen. Briefly. So it might have been the one he was trying to bite, and it's like a little bit, like, slightly out. And that's why like my screen like very briefly turned off. Bean, I'm gonna have to put a barrier or something so you can't go behind my computer. Cause you're gonna make a mess. You're gonna make a mess of things. You're gonna turn off my stream someday, Bean.
Well, she can't speak for herself, so...
That is true, I guess. Okay, what if I put this on screen mode? No, it can't be screen mode. It has to be darker. Got an idea. Back to Fragmentarium. Hello. We go into coloring. We change the background color to pure whites. And go to lights. And change the fog to something a little better, a little more acceptable. There we go. Can we change glow? That doesn't do much. Okay, let's give it a different render. With a white background. And I guess, why is the white gray? Did I mess that up? No, it is white. Oh, we can also do a gradient, I guess. Yeah, it's not fully white.
GG.
Bean. Yeah, I guess we can't do fully white, but this should be enough, hopefully. So we got to render at the same scale. And we once again drop that in here. Hello, Bean. Do you guys hear him? He's screaming. Hello. He wants to play. come here. I'm gonna fish you. Let me get you. He escaped. I tried. Nearly. One day I will fish this cat. Okay, so we need to put this somewhere. Yeah, I think this is a pretty good base photo. This one is a bit eerier, but I think this one will work better with like only a chunk of the megastructure. Let's first try this. If we put this on multiply, yes. And then we change the background to pure whites, which, you know, the render didn't let us do for some strange reason. Now we get our megastructure as sort of a semi-transparent thing. I see you, Bean. You're very high up. Yes, you're climbing. You're so strong. You're gonna try to climb on the easel? I don't advise that. Oh, he's gonna try. No? Okay, no. He didn't have the courage. There is an easel in the corner of the room, and sometimes he looks at it, and I wonder if he's gonna try to climb it. Okay, so we can change the color to this sort of bluish tone. Place that somewhere in the city. And, oh yeah, I can do blend if the underlying layer is darker, don't show it. So, you know, it'll make the building show on top. Okay, and this balance is a little bit hard. But I am essentially trying to balance it so we can see a good chunk of the megastructure, but it's like well blended with everything else. But yeah, this might just be generally a bit too subtle. What do you guys think? Obviously without like destroying it or anything yet. I think let's try the other one. This picture here. Okay. So this one's gonna need to be a bit different. Oh, there's a JPEG again. Compressed nerd. Okay, so we can't do the blend if, or at least it has to be slightly different for this layer, or for this background. Yeah, I'll probably have to do the selection manually, which is not a big deal. It's just a couple buildings. Not too complex. Then for the hue saturation, we'll probably need something around here. And I think for this view, since it's a much closer shot of the city, we can sort of just get a little bit of the megastructure. Something like this. Or it's just like very in the background. It's gonna need to be maybe a little blurry. And you know a thing? It's very strongly lit from the side. Like it has this reflectiveness, which I think is really nice if we get like the full render. But for this specific case, I think we might just need to reduce how specular this is. So, you know, it's a little brighter on one side, but... But, you know, it's fairly subtle. So let's get another render of this. I'm just making a bunch of versions of the same thing, but eventually we'll land on one that is perfect. So we apply the same filters. We put this on multiply. Oh, self-promotion. I should remind you all that Dreadfarer, my game, is finally out in its final version, and it's going to be printed soon, like next week or so for the big prints. So if you want to get a physical version of Dreadfarer, do so now. There's a link right there in the chats. If you get that second link, you get the physical printed version, which also gets you the digital PDF if you want to start playing like immediately. But yeah, the physical version also optionally comes with a big printed map of the game worlds, a patch, which I think came out really cool, and some postcards. So those are limited. So if you want something like that, you should probably get it now. No, it's not gonna be in game stores. I mean, it can be in game stores, but only if you go to like your local board game store and tell them about Dreadfarer, and maybe they'll get some. Maybe they'll buy. Why is this on screen mode? And maybe they'll buy some, but no, you got to get it online at the links right there in the chat. Hello, Bean. Oh, yo. You're thinking about, oh yeah, what I said on the Discord. Yeah, if you guys frequent any like local game stores, let them know about Dreadfarer. They might enjoy it. I had someone ask, you know, they have a local place where it's one of those places that just have a bunch of games, not a place that sells them, but you can just go in, pay like a hourly fee or something like that, and just play as many games as you want. And I suggested, and I thought this would be a pretty fun idea, that, you know, Dreadfarer in this sort of setting could be pretty fun with like a single journal that everybody who comes into this place shares. So whenever you want to play Dreadfarer, you get the communal journal. You pick up where the last person left. You make your own character, and you keep playing as if you found the diary. You're like physically passing it along to the next explorer, right? And at the end of your playthrough, you either like leave the diary somewhere, or you die, and the next person is supposed to find it. So, you know, it kind of creates a sort of communal little story. And this is also like a pretty fun way to play this game. If you maybe have some friends that you like to play role-playing games with, but you don't get to meet that often, which, you know, I get it. I've been there. If you want to, like, you know, have a little game that you can play, but you don't need to, like, all get together and be physically in the same place, you can have a game of Netfare with a journal that every time your character dies, you pass it along to the next person with the journal, and they roll a new character and continue. So you're creating a little communal story. I don't know. I thought that might be cute. So if that sounds interesting, give that way of playing it a try. Ludoteca, toy library. Is that? I assume that's what I talked about, right? A place that lets you play games when you're there. Yeah, I think that would be really cool. Okay, what do you guys think of this? I think it looks more interesting than this, like, bigger view of it. Sort of getting a foggy scene where we can't see a lot, and there's this like looming thing in the background. Also, I got so much bean hair on my nose. Why would that be? Bean? Yeah, let's continue with this one. It's my favorite as well. And I think if it's slightly off center like this, it's more interesting too. It's not like covering the whole thing. We're only seeing like a small part of it. And what I'm gonna do is transfer this layer mask on top. You know, we can choose exactly like the edges of it so it doesn't interact with anything. What does that say? I was like trying to figure out where this was. Maybe like Porto something? Porto, which might be Portuguese. Which would say this, maybe Brazil, maybe Portugal. Or maybe it says Porto and it's Spanish, but I think it's Porto. Porto Camango, maybe? Could be Galicia too, but more likely Portugal or Brazil. Does mean avoid your keyboard? Mostly yes. He just walks around it. Feels like this thing goes on for miles. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, the koi and the mountain ones, that's for the epilogue. That's after this. This one is gonna go with this other one I already made. the bones. So we need to, you know, I will try to match the color scheme to this. So it's going to be very purple. That's at the end though. Right now it's very blue, but eventually this will be purple. Or not, maybe I'll just change the skull one to be bluer. I don't know, we'll see. We'll see what we like. Okay, the thing about the original is that the fog is really thick. Like there might be more buildings in the back, but it's just so thick that we can't see them. And the thing is that this building is already being swallowed up by the fog, which makes like putting something behind it feel a little weird. What I could do is make this building like slightly less swallowed by the fog, which could be just a matter of doing a little bit of levels to just darken that area slightly, and maybe some sharpen. Or hold on, there's a specific dehaze filter you can do. It makes some things look a little weird, but I feel like if we only add this here, and then adjust the filter. We got a lot of banding in this background, by the way. The banding is these little bands you can see. Hopefully shouldn't be much problem once we start like adding stuff to the background, because that's gonna cover the bands and it's not gonna be as annoying. But okay, one other problem that this presents is as we add this sort of defogging, we get this looks much darker and much more saturated, so we're gonna need to like desaturate to match. And this gives us this, which is not too bad. Yeah, we can definitely see it better. That said, it messes with the background quite a bit. So we should probably entirely remove it from the background so it doesn't do anything too weird. And it only affects the area we want. Lights the superstructure. It's meant to be abandoned and falling apart, so no lights, unfortunately. It would look cool though. This is like post-humanity, essentially. Like maybe a few years. Although I don't think the specific time frame of when these photos were taken, that's not going to be explained specifically. abandoned places will still active. I don't think years after humanity is gone, there's gonna be electricity anywhere. No matter how you put it.
There's something weirdly comforting about seeing a post-apocalyptic environment. It's a special kind of soothing to me. Probably from playing the Fallout video games a little too much.
No, I get it. There's a sort of peace to it, isn't there? I have also played a lot of Fallout in my youth. I speak like an old man. Why is there like a square here? Oh, I think it's just like how the light bounces. Yeah. Okay, so we've sort of fixed up the corner of this building so that it doesn't feel that weird that the megastructure is visible and not completely covered in the fog. This other megastructure, I'm just gonna remove it because it's getting in the way. Now here we can mess with things a little further.
Looking out at crumbling buildings and nature taking things back like, yes. Humanity removed from the picture. Just as things should be.
Exactly. Oh, I love how text-to-speech just pronounces English words finished in U-R-E. Like we did yesterday with creature pronounced like creature. Where she just did picture. It's great. And depending on this level slayer, we can essentially, and the other one, there's 2 level slayers technically. We can adjust how much we want this to be like a silhouette, how much like light do we want it to have, and how hidden it is in the fog. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good level. Because we do still want it to be visible enough that we can, you know, see what's going on. It's going to have a bit more blur too. Although maybe we'll add the blur at the end because we need to add things. So yeah, we might keep the blur for the end. Oh, that's my tea gone. How sad. Oh, thanks for the save reminder. Are you comfy there, Bean? Oh, he said yes. Okay, now we start breaking this down. Because this thing is meant to be crumbling. So we'll start, first of all, I don't think, maybe it was never finished. We don't see it finished here, right? We're missing like the top one of these triangles, and these ones are not built yet, so we would still miss like a little bit of it, but since then more of it would have crumbled, whether or not it was finished. And the thing is, we gotta be a little strategic with what to remove and where. Because we don't want to remove something that's like in front of us. Like, we don't want to remove this triangle because there's a lot more stuff behind it and we don't want to have to recreate that. So if we're a little strategic as to what we remove, we should probably be fine. And not have to like recreate too much of the render. Gaze upon my works, ye mighty, in despair. That is what will be on my tomb. And I wonder if we should do some like a pile of crumbled megastructure underneath. Because we don't really have a lot of space for it in between the buildings. Also, the way we're removing this, it should be like a little bit of a house of cards. Like if I remove this triangle, then I should probably remove all of that in the back as well. We can't leave things floating, basically. An undead king within it. Don't tell people about the dark rites I am planning. Tombstone should be a cool S. Which is weathered enough so it looks like an archaeological find. Some people will be really confused. Bean is the Lich King. Are you Bean? Okay. Trying to think of ways I could make it feel more visibly broken. And you know, maybe we have like some of the metal supports falling like that. Like they've been torn. Maybe one of the triangles is just about to fall. Yeah, we put it here. It's all bent. And, you know, it's a pyramid, not a triangle. Yes. I know. Chunks missing. The problem with this sort of structure is that if we remove a chunk that is in the middle, let's say we remove this chunk, right? Then these two should logically fall apart and everything above it would fall. So it's what I said about the House of Cards. You gotta be careful as to like what we remove, because it has to stay like logically consistent. We could take like an entire section and just have it be like offset with the others. How about that? Let's say I take all of this. And also this. And you know, there's a little chunks here, but they're not super noticeable. Can probably fix those up manually if we need to. Then we take the inverse of this, which should only be that. Also, I'm going to put these in normal for a sec. And then put all this in multiply. And that way, if I move this below, please Photoshop, let me do my thing. Thank you. Okay. We got this. Which is always going to be underneath. Think about that, and it is, we don't get a lot of the city, and the megastructure is far away. So logically, like, no pieces would have fallen like on top of the few buildings that we can see. Like maybe in this corner, maybe a little bit here, but we just don't have a lot of space for showing what the ground looks like. So yeah, if we offset this a little bit, and what if we rotate it? I'm having to do this blind because sometimes when you rotate things, Photoshop will decide, nope, I don't want to show you the results. You gotta imagine. Use your imagination. But I do like this. Okay, it's working now. Yeah, it makes it feel more like precarious. Okay, if I take this off, yeah, it's gonna look a little weird. Okay, what if I take the big triangle that's on top of that? This thing. You know, the concepts you were given in the Patreon vote. Which was your favorite so far? I like the black hole disease too. I'll see what we'll choose. Probably do it later this week. So, oh yeah, folks, if you want to participate in the rest of the Patreon design event thing, which is where we create a concept together through a bunch of votes. If that sounds interesting, you want to participate. For the next part, it's only going to be for the paid patrons. So if you wanna continue participating on that, just get like any tier of Patreon. How about this, folks? Where, you know, we're missing like a little chunk here. So we're having this like fall apart on top of the other, on the other chunk. Like it's sliding on top of itself. There we go. Sorry about my concept being a bit too long. No, it's fine. We'll just put up like a simplified version of it for the votes. Like, yeah, it was the dead body being found in the asteroid belt, right? So yeah, it can be just that, like a dead body being found in the asteroid belts, which you can then expand upon. Okay, I kind of like this. It just feels unstable. It's about to go down. And we got the, you know, the beam sort of continuing this way. Maybe we can take this top section, cut that out. And have it be bent the other way. That might be fun. So we do another copy. We invert it. And off the inverted version, we're just gonna get this bit. Oh, this layer is huge. Hold on. Gonna make it small. There we go. That's a lot easier to work with. Is that a bit too much? Is it too jiggly? Maybe that was too jiggly, I don't know.
On Kids Mr. Valorant Development Team.
Hey Lilith. How old is Bean? Bean is, we don't really know. It is, we know he was like about 1 year old when we got him. So we know that he must be like around 3 right now. But, you know, that's only guesses since he was picked up from the streets.
There is something really nice in how we say the word higgly, and I had to say how Senora text to speak handles the word.
Higgly. Yeah, I think I'll keep this pyramid like it was before. Like this. Bean is forever a baby. That is also true. Very true statements. So I'll bend physics a little bit here. There we go. That way it feels bent rather than broken. Although this bit is broken off. So I don't know. Since it sort of goes behind here. Maybe we can just have it like touch this little corner. Bend reality ever so slightly. And there we go. We have this like bent pyramid look. Okay, what other ways could we destroy this? Like, you know, if it falls in on itself, I bet a lot of rubble would just pile up in the middle of this. So there would just be like beams and little chunks of triangles just scattered about. It's weird that it, you know, should be a lot lighter. Oh, it's because I'm on multiply mode. That's silly of me. There we go. That makes a lot more sense. There we go. Yeah, they can just be like a few of these hanging out in different parts. To just give this like unkempt look, basically. I have an idea too. So we got this layer, right? That's like most of it. We already sort of edited this one. What if... I'm gonna make a copy of it so we don't do anything too strange. What if we take it? And start messing with things. Hold on. I'm gonna make a copy of it that already has all the filters and layer masks applied. So we can make it wobble even further. It has to, I feel, wobble in a structured way. We can't make it too wobbly because then it just sort of breaks physics. But we just make it like look slightly more disorganized. And maybe that'll do the trick. Instead of like having to cut off chunks and put them back together. Like, it's not a ton, but a bit more disheveled, basically. Hello, Bean. Oh. Bean cam switch. Okay, let's continue with our disheveled look. I'm wondering how to do this exactly. Because some parts of it are blurry enough that we can just sort of wing it. Like if we take this... Does that work? No. Here. If we take this... Doesn't work. Why? Oh, right, because the whole thing is on multiply. I need to do this like outside the main group. Like so. Alright, so if I use clone stamp like this, I can make little beams like that. And they'll sort of keep the lighting of the main scene. There's other bits like here where I don't think we even need clone stamp. We can just draw it and take into account that, you know, right now it has this slightly wobbly edge when you get really up close. We're not going to see that because we're going to have to blur the whole thing before we, you know, call this finished. So. This is probably more than enough. Like, I don't think we need that much more detail. Yeah, we definitely need the edge that goes in between these two, because that, you know, that is something we added in the original. This. Just a little, like, supporting thing. And if we do another one...
Clooney.
Clooney? The actor? Okay, let me see if there are other, like, very suspicious corners. Little things like that, like these. That should be, like, reinforced a little bit. Oh, this little corner here, definitely. Okay, I think that covers all the major ones that look a bit too suspicious. Let's call this one supports. Okay, how about we add a few more disheveled beams. The little corner here is cut off for some reason. Okay. Doesn't matter too much. You can sort of cut into it a little. Because not everything would end at a perfect point, right? Some stuff may like level off at one of the straight beams that goes in the middle. Okay, I think we need like a bigger sign of crumbling. Something that's not just like a general disheveled look. The wobbly tower is pretty good, but I want it to, you know, be immediately clear and obvious that we're seeing this sort of crumbling megastructure. I don't think we're there yet. Okay, this should be all the ones in the back. Can I like separate this a little bit more? Remove this from the front. Because right now we can sort of see through this triangle into, well, where the original megastructure was. Okay, so if we put this through weather and age, theoretically, what else would happen to this structure? Because theoretically, if we want like different things from different angles, we can definitely render that just here by moving the angles and the lights. Bean is dreaming. What are you dreaming about, little cat? I'm thinking like, what about an entire chunk of this that's just in the completely wrong place? It's fallen from above. And it's just like poking out at a strange angle from between the buildings. Hey, Spacey. I am up fractaling. It's me. Okay, I'm sort of trying this out to see what it looks like. But I think if we go for this, it would probably be a different render from a slightly different angle. So it's not like a copy of the main building. Oh, I forgot about this. So whatever this is. Is that in any layer? Doesn't look like it. Is it just on the background? No. Oh, it's one of the things I added on top. There we go. Found it. Like, okay, here's an idea. Put this one up, not on multiply, but as a regular layer. I remove the whites from the background. And I place it more as like a foreground element. So it's like another chunk of a megastructure or different, like start of a different megastructure maybe. That is just like sitting here at a different angle. And that contrasts with this chunk here, which is sitting like facing the other way and just makes everything feel like very asymmetric and off, basically. That could be. Although, yeah, if I do that, what I think I'll do is just a very slight turn or something. And, you know, maybe I'll go to the very top because I just want like a little pyramid like that. So I'll just take like this pyramid chunk in the top. Use a different angle to render it. Probably this one. Or somewhere around here. And I think the lighting more or less works. Maybe I make this against a black background. since I'm intending to cut out the background entirely, and I want the background to like just really contrast. Maybe green, like green screens. Let me try the green screen approach. It's not, this could be brighter, but I don't know what's up with the background where it never comes out exactly like you want, but let's give this a try. It's pretty quick too. Also, everything became green behind me. Let's do a render and just wait for it. That should be it. Pretty quick. The green. Now, if I go to blend if, go to the greens, and remove the green from the layer. We do get a little bit of green sort of reflecting on the front, but that should do the trick. And that way we sort of get a transparent layer immediately. We can put this here, skew it a little bit so it just feels like out of balance. And now we need to make it fit the colors and everything here. So let's see if we can manage that. First of all, what we are going to do is cut out all the bits that we don't want.
That we eating ricotta just a mouthful of it open wide for the world to see.
Where are you bringing up ricotta eaters? I hate that painting. Stop making me think about it. I hate the ricotta eaters with all my heart. Yeah, that's pretty good. Obviously, you know, it still needs to be fogged up and stuff, but in general, I think this should work to just add a feeling of unbalancedness, brokenness, whatever you want to call it. Also, it is a little wonky with how some of the foreground became transparent when I removed the green. I think it should still work. Okay, let's try a few things. First of all, we're going to colorize this whole thing. Give it that blue tone. And I'm adding some color to just try to match the background. And how dark this should be exactly. So it should probably be a little darker here at the bottom. Maybe a little lighter here at the top as it gets more into the fog of the city. I wanted to essentially like blend in below here. It's still too dark. Considering it's behind these buildings, which are very foggy. Okay, it's getting there.
My husband is making me keep my promise about working out the bastard.
Is it going well? Hope so. Oh, look at baby shrimp here. Shrimply incredible. You're so tired. That means it's working.
It's as simple as that.
Oh, come on, text to speech. She said simple. She said simple, not shrimple. Disappointing, TTS. Thanks for all the bits, Welsh.
Siempre it's down the drain, they ruin.
We gotta make her say shrimple. Maybe CH, starting with CH. She would exaggerate it as like trimple, but it would be funny. In Spanish, a CH is a ch.
Trempil.
Trempil. Oh, you gotta think more Spanish than that. I would write it like this. Trimpel. It's not exactly, but it would be a funny way of saying it.
Trempool.
You're thinking in English still. You're thinking in English. Let's see.
Chimpel.
Hey, not bad. Good job, TTS lady. Now she's a little bit like Hatsune Miku. If you want to have her, if you wanted to have like Hatsune Miku sing in English, you would have to find like Japanese sounds that would sort of approximate to that. With TTS lady, it's the same. She's speaking Spanish, so you gotta find like Spanish sounds that'll approximate the English as much as possible. Okay, so we have this little bit slayer, which is just little things that pop out, little beams. Okay, I dig this sort of torn end. I think we can do some more of those. What would be a hard thing for text-to-speech lady to say in English? The shrimp is difficult for her. Anything with like two E's or two O's, because she'll pronounce it like E and O. Anything that just pronounces the E as an E, like evil.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidosus.
She tried. Anything with like EA, like bean, she will probably say bean. So if you want to translate, if you want to make her like pronounce it correctly, you would have to use the I, the letter I, because that in Spanish is pronounced E. So, say, can you make text-to-speech lady try to pronounce bean is shrimply delicious, like a shrimp. Can you attempt that? See if anybody gets it.
Beautiful bean requires shrimp and snuggles.
Snuggles. That's another one. That's another one you can try pronouncing and getting the correct pronunciation. She did say bean right? I didn't. Sometimes you'll try to pronounce English words, but I never know when. But yeah, snuggles is very funny.
Beautiful bean requires delicious shrimp and snuggles.
She does say bean in English, which is, she must have like some kind of English dictionary, and when she gets like a word that's in English or in that dictionary, she will try to like approximate an English pronunciation. But snuggles is not in that dictionary. She just says snuggles.
Bean.
She does say bean correctly, yes. Okay. Chat, try to make her say snuggles correctly. Like as if it was English pronunciation. Instead of snuggles. More like bin. Yeah. Yeah, she doesn't do the long E that well. But you know, she tries, because if you said it in Spanish, it would be vean. So. Snugel.
Snuggles.
That U isn't used in Spanish, so she'll probably just pronounce it like a regular U. It is used, but only. So okay, in Spanish you got like G U I, right? When you get this combination of letters, you don't pronounce the U. The U in this case is only used to tell you that you don't pronounce it the same as this. This would be pronounced like a J. This would be pronounced G. Right? This is pronounced G. G has the sound G regularly, right? But if it's in front of an E or an I, it sounds like G and G. Like it changes its sounds to a J. So the U is used to tell you that the G isn't changing sounds. It's not changing into a J sound. So this would be Gi. But there are some words in which you want to pronounce gui. You want to pronounce all three letters. In this case, use the, what do you call this? Umlaut, I think. Diéresis in Spanish. For example, pingüino, penguin. That's the only case you use that U in Spanish. But it doesn't have, like, on its own, it doesn't have a sound. It's just like a way to let you know that in this word you do pronounce this specific letter. So if you want to say, I think my best approximation of how text-to-speech would pronounce snuggles correctly. It's complicated.
U con diéresis u con acento grave o con acento circunflejo.
See, in the only one she pronounced like a U is the last one, because this accent, the one that goes towards the right, that's the one we use in Spanish. The others are used in French. This one and this one are used in French. But okay, if you wanted to have her say snuggles, I think like this, SNOGLS. She might try to say, she might pronounce that a little bit like snuggles. It would probably be more like snuggles, but we can try. Give that a try. Let's see. Let's see if I'm correct.
Snuggles.
It's close. I think if you remove the E entirely, it might be better.
Snuggles.
No, it's because you put it as two words, I think. Try as like a single word. Because if you get like, if you just give it LS, she will spell it. She will say LS. Or I think in this case she said LS. I don't know what she's on. She's up to something nefarious, but I think putting it all as one word might be the best approximation. We'll see though. We'll see if she can pronounce so many consonants.
Snuggles.
No. Well, not bad. Good try, TTS lady. Good try. Snuggles. I think it's the best of all of them. Maybe she's trying to tell us to snug less. Yeah, she really is a mystery. You never know what she's cooking. I don't wanna. Well, the TS lady, she knows what she's talking about. She probably has her reasons. Thanks for the save reminder. What if I removed little chunks and then painted on like single beams? Like, I don't know, maybe I remove this bit here. and there's only like a few beams holding it together, like this thicker like transversal beam or something. She's doing vocal training for her next challenge. While we're here, let's remove this chunk and see if I can sort of recreate it only partially with some beams. Now we put a bunch of messy, sort of broken parts. And that gives us, I don't know, sort of an approximation, but it feels like it's been stripped a little bit. Let me do a couple of those. Maybe one bigger missing chunk here. Okay, let's see if I can fill this with just enough of a mess that it doesn't feel like I just, right now it feels like I've painted those walls white. But we gotta make it look like a mess, essentially. Okay, we're cooking, I think. I don't know what we're cooking, but it's definitely something. Okay, let's do a similar thing here. All right, folks, tell me. Does that look destroyed enough? Just like at a glance. Does this look like a structure that's falling apart? Or does it still look a bit too solid? What do you guys think? Too solid? Let's keep going then. We need more destruction. Killer triangles? Never heard that term. What is a killer triangle?
I think disrupting the shape of some of the triangles would help.
Probably, that's what I'm trying. The good thing is, since it's going to be blurry, I can get away with drawing a lot more.
Need more weevils, honestly.
Everything needs more weevils. But we'll see after if all the stuff I've drawn looks too drawn, but hopefully not. Hopefully we can get away with it. I guess we shall see. Let's do the same thing at the top here with this pyramid. Where we remove the top bits and we just draw some of the beams kind of going out into nowhere. So like that. Like that look. There you go. We got a bit of everything in this piece, don't we? We got a 3D render, photos, and a decent amount of drawing, especially for me. I like to have those like 3 big beams that would have made the next rung of the pyramid. I like to have those like stay while the other ones are falling apart, because it gives it that, you know, they would be like the strongest ones, so it makes sense that those big supports would be the ones that stick around, and it sort of finishes up the silhouette a little bit. Bead cam. Okay. Which other chunks should I carve out? Why does that include the background? This big group. Okay, that's more like it. Okay. Other solid chunks I could carve out. I mean, I could take a chunk out of this. That section or something. And fill that in with my own shittily drawn beams. See, I don't know exactly the original structure of this. Trying to figure it out just from here, but it's kind of hard. If we look at it from below, what we're seeing is, oh, we're seeing something like this, where there's a big triangle in the middle. Hey, fish. Thank you. So we got a big triangle in the middle, which is probably this. Wait, let me draw. Big triangle probably does this. Right, and cuts this triangle out, which then has another inverted triangle inside. Okay. I think I figured it out. So if we want to carve things out, this is definitely not the right shape. So we can probably do something like this. Carve a big triangle out. Hey, Magnolia. The beanie's very long today. He does elongate sometimes. You know how it is. Sometimes you just need to be a bit longer so you can be petted all across.
Is that so, Val?
What is so? Did I say something inappropriate? Don't clip that. Bill Wirtz would do a really good video about the Fractal series, I bet. Creates pegging reward. It's JPEG. You guys have dirty minds. JPEG is a well-known image format. I don't have anything to explain. Okay, I'm adding more holes. Which gives it a little like asymmetry as well. So I think probably it'll probably help. Just a general vibe, because anything that works on like the silhouettes will probably help. Because at the end of the day, you're just getting like the silhouette when you look at this. Like that's the initial feel, right? The initial impression. So anything that helps have a messier silhouette is probably going to be in our favor. Should you add another can of corn to your meal prep salad mix? I'm not the one to ask. I really dislike sweet corn. It is an evil food to me. Way too sweet. I don't dislike corn as a concept. Just like the canned sweet corn. It is a wretched foodstuff. To me, if you enjoy it, I don't judge. It's just regular corn and water. I mean, it's still sweet. Corn just is naturally quite sweet, isn't it? Okay, we got more holes. Gonna add like longer beams that sort of break the silhouette a bit. Some of them are attached still, like they're still forming little triangles, but you know, they've lost all. Oh, good place to add a signature actually. Let's do that right now. Oh, wait. Fixing this up, there we go. Let's add the signature right here. Will that be small? I think it'll be big enough. They're assigned. Piece of debris still in the air. Yeah, like just beams that are, or you mean like literally falling right now? Maybe one or two. I wouldn't have too many. Did you clip it? Or did you clip? I'll have a watch after the stream and judge you. Okay, let's have one falling bit. Something somewhere a little bit more conspicuous. Okay, let's get a second one around here. Okay. Let's see. Can I take everything, put it into a single group? Yes. Okay, this is everything in the background, right? We also got the foreground bits, but I like this. But that's everything in the background. Could add a second foreground bit here, but I don't know. Like, I think it wouldn't like change too much because it wouldn't break the silhouette, while this one does. I see he smiles when he says JPEG'd. I won't admit I did it on purpose. Okay. Oh. What was that? Okay, if I take this whole group as a single thing, can I put that on? No, that breaks.
So you admit you did it.
Didn't do anything. Okay, so I'm gonna remove this, and this is everything from the 3D render, while this is everything I've drawn. I gotta separate them because they work slightly differently. What I am gonna do is there goes the JPEG. Okay. We're gonna blur everything that's out there in the back. How much? Not sure yet. We'll see as we go. But we take everything and we blur it. And then we add the same level of blur to everything I drew. And I guess we ask ourselves, is that enough? Do we need more blur? Maybe a little more. Maybe around 3 instead of 2. Oh, it's actually 4.5. That's what we need. 4.5. I know it's a comma, but in Spanish, to separate numbers and like decimal places, you use a comma instead of a dot. It's just how it goes. Okay. Everything has been blurred. I think. Even the cut off edges. Now, if you take everything into a single layer, we add a bit more blur, which is not going to change the background too much, mostly for the foreground. Can add a little bit of blur around the 4.5 mark, which will bring out some detail from the background. I love bean. Me too. Long boy. Okay. And we got to try to make this look purple. It's another goal. High contrast is pretty good. Like a little bit dark. We could try to increase the haze a little bit.
Urple.
Urple, indeed. Yeah, this reduces the banding. You can see the banding still here, right? I don't know if the stream picks it up that well, but you can see like different bands of color from the, oh, here it's way clearer. By doing this, you cover over the banding a little bit to make it better. Can't go with without our customary amount of grain. Oh, this bit is too blurry. I should have separated that into a different layer. Didn't think about that. Oh, see you, Magnolia. It's your birthday, Dapper? You got your car stolen? Oh, no. I'm so sorry. Did you report it? Did you? I hope they find it. Although the insurance isn't too much of an annoyance to deal with. Oh, his birthday is in a couple days. Okay. Let's hope that for your actual birthday, they give you your car back. When? How you doing? Okay, we gotta make this look like... Where is this image? My desktop. Like this. You know, this one's a lot more monochrome, so we're gonna take sort of the average of this, which I think is somewhere around like this sort of purple, right? A little bit blue too, but...
El oui oui.
El oui oui. Why did she say it like that? El oui oui. Your insurance can't help? Awful. I hope. I hope someone can help you, but... Like, insurance should be there for you. That's exactly why they make you pay insurance, right? You were oddly decimated by the AP Spanish exam? Ah, I'm sorry. I should have taught you more words. This is on me. Didn't have comprehensive coverage, so apparently that means it'll help if your car was nicked. That sucks. Technically you passed, but it's not cute. I mean, you passed. You passed. That's good news. You gotta take the good news wherever you get them. I'm gonna put this like right next on my second screen so I can match the colors better. But I think that's a pretty good match. Right? This is more saturated, but this is gonna be the main picture anyway. Like that's gonna be our first picture, and the other ones are meant to be like accessory to the main picture, generally with the Fractal series. So yeah, this one has a lot more contrast, more saturation, but it is more or less the same colors, I think. For your actual birthday, you get see about getting a car loan. That sucks, Zapper. Hope you can get that resolved sooner than later. And, with the least possible friction. Okay, that's too much color. It's kind of the issue. We're doing a very foggy scene, so... So it's naturally meant to be like pretty gray. So when we add colors, it clashes a little bit. need to buy me a new car for being your PR guy for so many years. It's my time to pay up. I knew this day would come. No, this is too blue. I might do a little something here. Do this. And then do a second filter on top of that. So I can control the colors a little bit better. So I can saturate the purples a bit more. A lot of it is still blue, I guess. It's actually pretty cool after adding so much haze. If we actually do the dehaze filter, it does something really fun. I mean, not for the Fractal series. It's a bit too crunchy for the Fractal series. What does that mean? Okay, I feel like something that would help is adding some like fractally swirls to the fog. How about that? It's more or less there, like the blues are kind of there. And I think the purples maybe are a little bit too pink. That seems a bit more like it, yeah. What are the... You got, if you eat the purple fractals, this will happen to you, so beware. It tastes like purple. It tastes like purple. It's delicious, but only once. Okay, this bit is way too blurry. So what I need to do is actually separate it in this. Separate that out. And they're gonna get two different levels of blur. So the main bit is gonna get 4.5, which is these. which is what they had already. And this one is gonna get just a couple, I think. Somewhere around there. Pairs well with Krichor milk. Wonderful pairing. My sommelier. Also, let me ask you this again, especially for people who just came in, have a fresh impression of this.
Like a Wednesday, actually.
For people who just got like a first impression of this recently, does this feel like, yeah, first impression, does this feel like this big fractal megastructure is falling apart? Because that is what we want as, like, you know, the main deal in this image. If it doesn't, I might need to like break more holes into it. So let me know what you think. Oh, that is strong. Once you remove the color and put it back on, it's like, ooh, did I go too far? Did I go too far? I don't know. That's pretty good. I could go like slightly lower on the blues. Does it let me do the thing? No. That's annoying. Blues. Oh. Oh, I'm on the wrong layer entirely. That explains things. There we go. Okay. Blues. And I want only the blues to be affected. With nothing else. And you know, currently the blues are like this. I wanted to just slightly push that down while maybe taking the global colors up a little bit. Maybe going to the magentas. Push those slightly higher. It's like, this is technically a blue, which is weird to my brain. Is that a blue? I guess it fucking is blue. This reads like pink to me, but they're actually blues. Brains are funny, aren't they? It's a few more holes still. Okay, we will add more holes. Such is the will of the people. Don't know where though. Figure it out. Oh yeah, and of course, we need to add fractal swirlies. And I think we can take some from previous fractal pieces. Just in the megastructures piece. And this one. We had some of the fractal clouds that we did way back when. How far along the falling apart you want it to be. And it doesn't matter like how far. The idea, well, the important thing is that it gives that impression. Okay. Removing the greebles. This is what we got for the sky. And I guess a crane for some reason. Let's see. Yeah, we got some fractal swirlies around here. That does give it a fun vibe. But yeah, let's figure these layers out. Hello, Bean. Oh, you going to bed again? Whoop. Some fractal clouds like that. And maybe I'll turn them into smart objects. These are on screen mode, which I think works best. Yeah. Let's keep them on screen. Oh, Bean is not centered. Sorry about that. He's bean shaped right now, yes. Payday bar. Thick nougat nougat? How do you say that? Do you pronounce it T? Covered in half peanuts. That sounds tasty. And really bad if you're allergic. It's almost a bit tough to see. Okay, let's give all these clouds a blur. Because, you know, we're in the middle of a very foggy area. So we want the fog to still be the main thing here. Oh, the crane made it. Accidental crane inclusion. This gradient map makes for some very funky effects. Whoa. Okay, so this sort of effect is fun. I want it to be like fairly subtle though. And I want to see what the colors look like after I've added these swirlies. Well, it's still very purple. I think we might need to go a little stronger with the colors because they do get stamped down. So I think we can afford to make that go a little harder.
Holy City made the mistake of looking at the ricotta eaters while eating.
Why were you looking at ricotta eaters? It's not a recommended activity in general. Good night, Maxwell. Linear light is not bad. Okay, if we add these really strong color swirlies, and then we do hue saturation, so it doesn't show up as colors. It sort of shows up as just like different levels. Color dodge doesn't do anything. Okay, what if I did... something like this. Not on the fronts, but... I mostly want this to affect the background, although it's a cool look. It's not a Fractal series sort of look. If you catch my drift. This is pretty cool. It's a single color though. Let's see what this does with the filters. Will it do anything? Barely. What color variation, but these filters are really good at stamping out all of that. See what it does with like greens and oranges. Whoa. Okay. It's just an attempt to see what happens here. Still really not a lot. A little bit of color variation here on the left. I guess we do too much color managing in these filters to really have them have an effect. Let's see. So this second camera raw filter mostly gets rid of them, doesn't it? Yeah. Is this what acid is like? I couldn't tell you. That's something I've tried. Okay, well this detects other slight green colors here. Whoa, no. Will not. Okay, so that definitely gives us more color variation. The hue saturation stamps it down. Let's remove it. But it does eliminate a lot of the purple. Okay, I think it's definitely like the right direction. But we need to figure out like a more subtle way of including these. Like maybe they're just like off to the side, off on the corners. One of the problems is that it gets in the middle of our silhouettes and it messes with things a lot. It messes with like the first impression you get. And I want this to be more of a detail than a first impression sort of deal. I'm actually just doing this blind because I'm on the pin light layer and I have no clue how pin light layers work. Like it's not a layer type I use at all. You just made something very stupid. Share it with us. Share with the class. You did? Oh god, not again. Very good. Whoa. These make for some very fun effects, I'm gonna be honest. Hey, this is trans flag coded. Yeah, these make for some very interesting and very strong effects. Okay, let's see what else we can do here. So if we go to the first camera raw filter, this one, it brings all the colors together really well. Maybe like slightly too much. So that like the color variation gets a bit destroyed. Like, see, it doesn't detect any reds or oranges. What does it detect this as? It's still blue. Some real representation. We love when eldritch unknowable entities support our rights. I mean, to be honest, the Fractal is one of us. It's basically like an evil version of bisexual lighting, so I'd say the Fractal is pretty firmly on our camp. Okay, let's try to add other little bits of destruction. Let's see what we can do. So for this one in the back, it's in here, right? Group 3 copy. Oh, first of all, this should be blurred at 4.5, just for this little edge. And same for this edge. Okay, so I was thinking of
Mango.
mango. When the world turned on me, I knew the fractals would have my back, my back, my back. Is the fog also fractal? Yeah, the fractal is like permeates the air itself at this point. Like it's pretty much everywhere. Hey, Skeleton. How are you? You're doing fractals today. Oh, you watched the falling body video? Hope you liked it. It's been years in the making. You get to talk to the guy? Yeah, it was one fun. Like that investigation that's described in the video, that was like a little rabbit hole like I went through a few years ago. And you know, I didn't make a video about it because I don't know how to make videos, but I always thought, oh, this would be a great thing for a video. And then I met Jeff and I was like, I have a video for you. Let me pitch you something. And that's how that started. Oh yeah, these little beams here. I added a lot of detail to them. Oh, beam. Don't click on the mouse. Thank you. Added too much detail to them and they became a little, you know, too dense. So now you don't see that they're, you know, just the skeleton of that triangle. Same with this one.
Flamango.
Flamango. A word in Spanish. You want to know something specific one? Violence. Thank you for the follow. Well, let's do crumble. To crumble. That word is derrumbar. So this would be in a building that está derrumbándose. It's crumbling. It's falling apart. Where's the... Trying for the life of me to find the supports. Here. I don't find my own layers sometimes. Yeah, a lot of the things I drew were nice at the level of detail I was drawing them at, but once you blur it all together, it just gets too mushed up. See, I'm gonna do more of this. Like, especially stuff that affects the silhouette, I think will make it feel a lot more crumbly when it feels like holes. Good night, Dapper. And good luck with all the car things. You got this. Feels like holes.
Say more words, funny Spanish man.
I'm always saying words. I've been talking for 4 hours straight. What else do you want me to say? You're saving for something really fun? It's closed Photoshop, isn't it? Unless you're talking about saving money and not layers. Okay, it's layers.
A word in Spanish.
Another word. Okay, now you paid for it. Now I owe you a word. Let's see what's another related word in Spanish. A building is, very loosely a building because it doesn't serve a purpose, but a building in general is un edificio. Like an edifice. Galvanized square steel. I don't know how to say that. Can barely say that in English. Picking words that are the same in Spanish and English. See, that's why whenever you see me thinking after somebody says a Spanish word, like ask for a Spanish word, is that I'm going through my mind through a bunch of words that are exactly the same in Spanish and English, or that are just like very similar. Like I could say megastructure, but that would just be megastructura. So like, that's not that interesting. The stream freeze for you? Let me check if my end is correct. Yeah, no issues on my end, so it must be your storm. Okay, we're crumbling a lot more areas. You know, at this point it's so blurry that I can't quite see if I'm cutting out the correct, quote unquote, correct areas. But, you know. Oh, this is too purple. Let's remove the clouds. There we go. It's a lot better. $2,000 a month apartments? That's expensive. And I thought I had it bad here. I guess it's dollars, which makes it a little better. Just slightly above average here. Damn. I guess on the flip side, jobs in the US pay more. So I guess it would have to be seen as like a percentage of like average salary to really make a comparison with Spain. So I guess just like comparing the numbers straight up is it's probably not the most accurate thing. It does feel like a lot though. really don't pay more. They do. I think if you look at the numbers, average the average pay in the US is going to be a lot higher than in Spain, or at least a good chunk. So a lot of the economy in Spain is like what we'd call a submerged economy, where it's like it's all cash or like hushed payments sort of thing. So it doesn't like show up on the official statistics, which makes like, you know, the unemployment rate in Spain is always super skewed because there's a lot of people who are technically unemployed but are really working in this like background economy. There's a lot of stuff like that. Okay, more crumbly. Let's see, let's put in the clouds and check the filters. So I want to see, maybe this looks too painted. I mean, it is more crumbly. We did reduce a lot of volume. Does this now give a better, like, first impression of it just crumbling down? Yeah? Okay, good. I think that this still looks like a bit too much like brush strokes. So maybe I need to blur those further. Not sure. You know what? It's probably because of this. Hi, Bean. Hello, little man. You want to say hi to chat? There he is. Okay, so we take this. Yeah, see, that's the thing. A lot of these have just been painted right now, and they still have like the texture of brush strokes. And it's a little bit hard to paint around Bean. So what I'm gonna do is do a selection of all the new things that I added. Oh, go on, Bean. Oh, careful with those nails. We're gonna have to cut them. That kind of hurts. Little man. Okay. So if I do this, blur it 4.5 once again, and blur these couple new things, blur it 4.5 as well. Maybe it helps. He's a scarf. Keeps me warm, even though it's not particularly cold. Were you trying to have it pronounced like symbols, Welsh? That didn't work, I guess. Trying to clean up here. No, Texas speech she didn't fall for that one. She's refusing. Alright, that was the emoji for beans? She should have said that one. She usually says emojis. Like, she'll describe the emoji. But she doesn't do that for beans? Yeah, I agree. It's outrageous. The hell? Maybe TTS ladies just jealous of Bean. No flamingo. She doesn't like flamingos either. She has very particular tastes.
Cara resoplando.
She did do that one. I wonder if it's like... Depends on how new the emoji is. Because cara resoplando is it's an old emoji. It's been around forever. But Beans hasn't. Like, I think Beans was added like a couple years ago or something. So maybe that has something to do with it. I don't know. Yes, Bean. I love you too. Oh, thanks for the save reminder. Oh, wants to be a PSB. Let me remove the layers in the bottom because I didn't use those.
Estatua Muay.
Estatua Muay. So I guess that she likes. No. No pregnant. No pregnancy for you. Three 3,000 more messages till we find out what she will and won't say. We're doing science here. Every individual emoji must be tried. 3,000? Now you gotta do the man in sauna one. She will do that one. She'll also do currency codes, which is surprising. But if you do like USD, she will say dólar americano. We discovered that at some point, like accidentally, because somebody did like some combination of letters, which I think the Peruvian money. Like they accidentally did the code for Peruvian money, or you know, not the code, the abbreviation, like, you know, USD for dollars, US dollars. And she said the name of the currency, and it was, I don't recall the name of the currency, but it didn't sound like a currency name. So it just sounded like she randomly substituted these specific letters for a random phrase, which was strange. So yeah, try out your favorite currency codes. Let's see if she says them all. The emojis, currencies. So many things. So many possibilities. Floating incognito guy. I think she does that. It's an old emoji, so probably. Hey, Bean, no cable biting. Captured. Yeah, I think somebody has tried a floating guy in the past. I think she does. Bean, no cables. Twitch is limiting your cheers? That's so funny. Twitch was like, stop messing with the text-to-speech. You're hurting her. Careful there, Bean. Okay, just a little further with the breaking off. I think, you know, what we got going for us is that the highest contrast area in this entire picture is here. It's this very white background with that just lands on the crumbliest part of the building, which is why I've been focusing on this area, because that's like the most noticeable. This one's pretty noticeable as well, but this is like the crumbliest bit and the most noticeable one as well. So, you know, putting a little tension on that is good. The haze is fun. It just creates this really sort of broken effect. Maybe we add a bit of texture. I do enjoy that. Gets a little bit of clarity in the back. And hopefully just brings out exactly that contrast in exactly the spot where we want people to focus on. Signature is a little bit small. I was thinking maybe we could do a signature here, but I do like the shape, what it looks like right now, so don't want to break that. I think we just make this bigger and this a little less like my signature, so it's clear which one it is and that it's not like an accident. So we do that. And then just a little bit of painting here. Make that a little clearer. Because it's not in like a very super vital place. So I don't mind like exaggerating it a little bit. Yeah, and it's definitely way more readable now. Still small, but readable. So I think pretty good balance, I hope. And one last thing in the clouds. This cloud here feels a bit too like solid. So I'm just gonna like erase the edges a bit. So we do get a little bit of it, but it's not like creating this like harsh boundary thing. You'll see the difference now, hopefully. It's before, after, you still get like some bits of the clouds, but it's not creating as much as of a hard color boundary. Anyway, I think that is gonna do it. Pretty sure. Maybe this needs to be a little blurrier still. Going back and forth on it, but seeing it in the final version, it feels like it's clearer than this building, which shouldn't be. So it's currently at 4.5? No, don't believe that. No, it's this layer. This layer. It's currently at 2.8. Let's try 3.5. And we got to apply the same thing to this layer. 3.5. Make it maybe a little darker. Oh. Where are you going, Bean? No. No. I know you're going for that cable. I've seen you do it thrice already. You think you're smarter than me, but I've been watching you. Notice. What is it? You want your toy? Is that it? It's looking at you, chat. Will he attack? Oh, you look so pretty with that. You're so handsome. You can have a little cable as a treat. Don't tell him that. Don't tell him that. I try so hard for him not to bite cables. He just loves them, though. One of his favorite things. We're gonna go down here? Play with your toy? Nope. Bake bread. Bad news, it is flat. Well, flatbread is a thing. So don't worry, now it's a flatbread. Good night, fish. Thanks for coming. Oh, goodbye, Bean. Well, I will give you your toy right here. It's protecting me from snakes. How kind of him to do such a thing. Okay. Put it together once again. Now this is blurrier. Let's check the difference. It's not huge, to be honest, but it does seem to be just enough. Like now I don't recognize it as clearer than the building in the front. Maybe like a little darker, but this building is dark too, and it's in the back, so.
False.
False. So I think it works. I think we got it. Hopefully the color matches. I think that's a pretty good match in terms of color. Like we can put these two together, and I think they'll go together well. Especially now that I've like sort of increased the contrast in this one. It used to be very low contrast, which made it little off, but compared to this one, no, they'll stand together well. And yeah, and that makes it the second image in this collection of 3 for the last part of the Fractal series, not considering the epilogue. The last part that concerns humans in this timeline, I guess. That's pretty good. What do you guys think of what we got so far? We need a third image now, which is kind of where I'm stuck. And maybe you guys can help me come up with something. But yeah, we got the fractal skull, which represents the death of humans, or the extinction of humans, with a little flower growing from the skull, which, you know, kind of represents open nature. And, you know, there's fractal juice coming out of the skull, by the way, which I enjoyed. Gotas de sudor? It called it sweat drops, which I didn't know they were officially sweats. That's kind of nasty. Maybe it's just her interpretation. Who knows? But yeah, what could be a good third image to represent like fall of humanity? I could do another skull, but this is, I don't know, not as interesting. Like we already got the one skull. We could have, no, but that would be too hard to actually execute. But you know how we had a picture of people lining up to deliver materials to the fractal? A big line of people. Of fractal skeletons, essentially, but I mean, we got the fractal skull. Maybe a more full fractal skeleton with a million arms. Could be interesting, but that might be like hell to actually make. So I'm not sure either. I don't know, what else do we have in the Fractal series that we could sort of bring back or re-explore? We already have like a second part to this in the epilogue, which is Fractal Fish 2. We have the hurricane. See, I want this part to be bleak. I don't want, like, bring back the butterfly yet. All humans are dead. Yeah, this last part is meant to be like all doom and gloom. And then we got the epilogue, which is, you know, the life went on, essentially. And that's when we get, like, the update to the fish. And I think we're gonna have some birds, too. Coral's gonna take over Fractal Earth. I don't think corals can go over land, but trees are already fractal, so they would be the masters of the Earth for a long time until other animals can adapt. Humans are the only things that can't adapt. Trees remain unchanged. Yes, we actually have a picture for the epilogue with trees, and I decided not to change them. I'll show you. This is what I'm thinking of putting the birds on. And the mountains in the background are fractal. They have these spiral patterns. It's more of an organic fractal, but, you know, it's, you know, telling us that it's millions of years into the future. The mountains themselves are fractal now. They've slowly, like, eroded into fractal patterns over millions of years. But we have pine trees here. They're fine. Pine trees are thriving. How... I looked at this and I was like, how am I going to fractalize this? It's impossible. It's already fractal. So I didn't touch them. The trees are chilling. But yeah, I'm thinking of putting, like, another flock of birds around here. I don't know, maybe. A desert for the third image here. A desert. Okay, that brings up an interesting thought. You know, things become fractal at the rate at which they change, right? So, you know, a mountain will take millions of years. A human will take a few years, as much as, like, you know, the human body can grow. A bacterium will take, like, seconds, minutes, however long it takes it to reproduce. A desert. A dune desert. I'm talking specifically, like, you know, those pretty dunes. That would take, what, a few months? Dunes move pretty fast. So they, you know, they're constantly changing, right, due to the wind. It's like really slow moving waves. So I think we'd see some of that. And that might be interesting to have a dune sort of covering a city or something like that. But how to do a fractal dune is the question. Unless you do, like, specifically, like, fractal patterns in the sand. See, Lilith? Yeah, like, something eaten by the sand is interesting. And it's sort of... It's a good, like, segue into the epilogue, which is millions of years after. It's nature taking over. Like, it's a little bit of that introduction of, like, nature taking over. And yeah, we could have, like, a dune sort of covering a city or some kind of human-made thing. I just don't know exactly how to bring the fractal into it. It's an interesting possibility. I have a note here, yes, with some question marks, which says fractal question marks. And I'm gonna first of all, I'm gonna mark the ruined megastructures. Done. This is, I'm not gonna show you because there's some stuff you probably can't see, but if I cover this, that's fine. This is like my to-do list. I got a million things. Anyway, one of them is next part of the Fractal series. That's where I had the ruined megastructure. So yeah, gonna mark it down here. Desert, consuming human structure. Question mark. I don't know which human structure, because we already got the city here. So, could be something else, but... But yeah, the problem with the desert one, as much as I like that as a concept, is how to bring in the fractal in an interesting way. That's not just normal dunes, and I've added a bit of fractal pattern to them. We can make, just like I showed you before with the mountains, we can make these sort of organic-ish 3D fractals, which we could maybe find one that's could work as dunes, add some textures on top. It's a possibility. But it would still need to read as dunes. So we can't go like too crazy. Like this one's good because it reads as mountains, and mountains are already like one of the most fractal things in nature. Next to trees. So it's really easy to make like a fractal that's a little bit, like that's not too geometric. It's really easy to make it look like mountains. So dunes is a little harder because dunes are very like smooth and flat. Could have the water, the wind. Yeah, it's definitely the fractal is in the wind. We got one of the first things we got is a fractal hurricane, so we definitely have a lot of that. Yeah, we could have like the water consuming something instead of because water is like waves are really fractal by nature. So it could be like waves consuming a little ocean town or something. I don't know if it wouldn't really affect the tides, right? But it's something with waves in the imagery might be good. Menger Sponge Desert. It's too geometric, I think. But there's gotta be something that we could use to represent ruin. Cobwebs? Something abandoned has cobwebs, and we did have that fractal spider way back in the beginning. It already is a little bit of that thing we want for the epilogue of like life survives, but humans don't. So it maybe like brings us to that point a little bit too early. And we would need something that's like absolutely covered in cobwebs. And cobwebs are easy if you want to make like flat 2D fractals like these. But if you want to like really cover things in cobwebs very completely, that would be really hard because real cobwebs are a lot more 3D. But it is a possibility. Fractal Moon, no, it's not gonna go out into space. I know a lot of people wanted to go out into space or see like the entire Earth fractalized. I don't think that's a good ending for this story. I think the story has to end with humans and nature, because that's the that's the theme of the story, is humans and nature, right? And I think that's where the story like leads me. So it's sort of implied by the end that the Earth itself is fractalized, but we never like focus on it. We see the mountains, right? We see how the mountains themselves have formed into fractal shapes. So it's sort of implied, but we're more focusing on like the single little corner of it rather than like a huge picture. The existential dread? I think the existential dread is humans disappearing. I think the last part is like hope, essentially. This part is this penultimate, or this final part, is like sort of despair and dread, and humans are gone. And the epilogue is like hope. Copium and hopium. The two sides of humanity. Spider rain happens down in Australia. I've heard of spider rain, yes. That sounds incredible. Sounds like a made-up weather event for a video game. But yeah, desert consuming human structure, one possibility. Waves. It's another possibility. We could see the remains of some kind of conflict. Because we did have, you know, humans all good. When everybody was like fractalized beyond repair, people started building the megastructures, right? But before then, and you know, probably like at different stages in different places, because this is a worldwide thing and we're not focusing on any specific part of the world. Probably in other places, like the conflict would have gone on much longer. And we would have this like end of humanity would coincide with people fighting. Which I think, you know, a theme of the series is nature adapts, but humanity doesn't. Humanity like dooms itself by infighting instead of, you know, trying to like get past this obstacle together. And having that represented in this part might be good. Having like some sort of conflict represented, but humans are dead already, so maybe we're seeing like the remain of a battlefield, possibly. Kentucky meat shower. I love the Kentucky meat shower. Okay, remains of a battle / conflicts. That's a possibility, and I'm not thinking like military style conflicts, although there would be military style conflicts at some point in this universe that we haven't like really locked down on them. I'm thinking more like civil conflicts, where it's like governments against their own citizens type deal. And I'm wondering how to show like the remains of that, like some skeletons, and some of them are like really fractalized, some of them are less fractalized. Maybe if we want to like zoom in on the scale of it, we get like two people fighting, like sort of like microcosm of conflicts, where it's like, you know, two skeletons and they've clearly like killed each other or something, and one of them just has like a bunch of arms, and the other one maybe has a little bit, but not as much. Trenches are in spirals. World War I style battle. They keep getting lost in the trenches because they keep branching out into nowhere. That would be funny. Kind of dig the idea of some kind of conflicts. Two skeletons that killed each other. I mean, we could incorporate some of the other elements here of, you know, like maybe the waves are eating them, like the sea is reclaiming them, or they're half buried in sand. It sort of implies like a good passage of time. But the most important, I think it would be good to have it locked down to this two skeletons or two remains of people. One of them maybe is wearing like a riot gear, like helmet or something, since we've seen the riot police in an earlier part of the series. Maybe one of them has that, the other one doesn't, to sort of imply, you know, that sort of civil conflicts. And I don't know exactly what they would look like, and how we imply, just through their remains, just through two skeletons, that these people were fighting and they killed each other. Big old knife plunge into someone's chest.
Hotel de DWR.
She didn't even try to pronounce that second one. I don't know, chat. What do you think? How do you physically represent in a single image two people that died killing each other many years ago, right? So we're only getting their skeletons now. And you know, this is going to be a fractal element to it. Like, one of them has too many arms and stuff, but it might be really hard to find images for this. But I don't know. It could be good. It could be good. Like, I think this one could be vertical, for example, because we have two horizontal images. I usually do one horizontal, or two horizontal, one vertical. Not always. Sometimes it's three horizontal, right? It's not a hard and fast rule. Actually, I think for most parts, it's been three horizontal. It's only been for the last few parts that I've done one vertical too. So I guess if I would do want to keep the trend, I would do one vertical, but it's not a hard and fast rule. We'll do it how, you know, whatever works best. But bullet holes into the hands. I mean, if we only get bones, it's really hard to show bullet holes. But yeah, imagine like two skeletons kind of sort of facing each other. And I'm not gonna draw well, but it's just gotta show the idea. One of them, maybe this one on the left, has like a helmet or something, sort of riot gear. All right, and we got, these are lying down, by the way. That's what I'm imagining. And then we got a clearly fractalized person. This one wasn't wearing any hard gear, so the rest is corroded away with years. And they have their bones are branching. Their main arms are still there. And you know, this could be fairly doable with bones, with regular pictures of bones. And you know, maybe one of the arms, it's like pointed down. And there's a big old knife kind of plunge in here. Imagine that's a knife. And if we want to like reduce some complexity for ourselves and kind of have a nice composition, we could have like the sand sort of over the water. Jaws. Could always add more jaws, of course. More jaws is never not a bad option. But yeah, maybe a more dynamic pose for the bodies, but that's the idea. And you know, maybe we have like the water or the sand sort of coming in and half covering them, but you know, we show just enough that we can see the moment of their death, essentially. Kind of like it's a Fallout game and you're seeing like the skeleton of somebody to know exactly how they died. It's a little bit gamey, but I think the visuals are pretty strong and they reinforce the themes of the series quite well, so can have a second little skull here, kind of like half developed, something like that. And this person maybe is like a little bit fractalized as well. We can see some like extra eyes or something. Anyway, that is a possibility. It's the last part of the series, right? It deserves to go out with a bang and have like 3 complex images. Usually I'll have like one more complex image for each part of the Fractal series, right? Where it's, you know, one sort of headline image and the other 2 are helping. They're you know, they're also like interesting enough in and of themselves, but they're maybe not as complex technically. In this case, these 2 have already been really complex. I guess this one I made it long ago, so its complexity is now, yeah. I'll have to make them all in a row, which is pretty good. This one has been quite complex. This one will be really complex. To be, you know, imagine just the puzzle pieces. You're not going to find a picture of 2 skeletons stabbing each other. As interesting and useful as that would be, we would need to find pictures for, you know, each of these individual elements. Alright, so we need to find a skull and can't paint. Oh, I can now. Okay. You would need to find a picture of the skull. Maybe, if you're lucky, like a base picture for the skeleton that you can then like put into the pose that you want, but it's probably going to be like individual pictures for each of those things. Then the arms we would need, like all the arm bones, and we would need those probably twice, and then a bunch more times which we can copy from the originals, hopefully, to get all the extra little arms. extra skull, you know. So that'll be like possibly 3 skulls to find. 2 bodies. Extra little things like, you know, helmet. Each of these things would be completely separate elements. So it's not something where you can have like a good base picture to go off from. So I feel like this might be really complex, but probably worth it. If I think of another idea that represents this better in like a simpler image or in a more concise way, I will do that. But sort of representing the depths of human conflicts is hard. Yeah, we could also have like more large-scale remains of some battle, but if you want to have that, and it's like remains many years later, maybe you need like more large-scale warfare things like tanks and big guns, and I don't think that's as interesting as 2 people killing each other. I don't know. It's food for thought. I will give it some. I will ponder it a little bit, and see which way I come out. In any case, that'll probably be for next week, couple weeks from now, depending on my schedule. So yeah, it's still got a bit of time to think about this fractal thing and really coalesce in one idea or something. But I think for now, my favorite is 2 skeletons killing each other. So we'll see when we got some time to do that, whether it is in a week or a few weeks. But this brings us that much closer to the end of the Fractal series, and I am excited. I am excited to finally like be so close to calling it done. And when I finally finish it, I don't know. I'll probably take a few days off to celebrate. Or we can do a big stream to celebrate. That would be fun as well. The end of the Fractal series celebration. In any case, that's that. Y'all, thank you so much for being here. We will see each other again tomorrow if you want to come to the stream. We got a really fun idea for tomorrow. I won't spoil too much what it's about, but it is a tarantula and wasps combined into one beast. So probably pretty terrifying. If that sounds interesting to you, do check it out tomorrow. We'll be live at about the same hours today. And then the day after, Friday night, we're going to do some gaming. So stay tuned for that, folks. Thank you so much for watching. And I hope you all have an amazing time zone. I'll see you tomorrow. Take care.